Tonight, some stories begin with happiness so bright it feels like it could last forever. A love so certain it dares to promise tomorrow. A moment so perfect it feels like a whole life in a single breath. A bond forged beyond fear, beyond loss, and a life that gives without ever knowing what it leaves behind. Some hold on, some are taken, but not everything we love is meant to stay. So just listen and let these quiet, strange, and bittersweet stories carry you into sleep. On the way home. Oh, what a load Rudy had to carry the next day when he started his return home over the mountains. He had 2 handsome guns, 3 silver cups, and a silver coffee pot. This last would be useful when he set up his own home. But these valuable prizes were not the heaviest burden he had to bear. A still weightier load he had to carry. Or did it carry him? Across the high mountains, the weather was dismal, gloomy, and rainy. The clouds hung like a mourning veil over the mountain summits and shrouded the shining peaks. The last stroke of the axe had resounded from the woods, and down the side of the mountain rolled the great tree trunks. From the vast heights above, they looked like matchsticks, but were nevertheless as big as masts of ships. The Lutschine River murmured its monotonous song. The wind whistled, and the clouds sailed swiftly by. Suddenly, there appeared next to Rudy a young girl. He had not noticed her until she was quite near him. She also was planning to cross the mountain. Her eyes had a peculiar power that compelled one to look into them. They were so clear and deep, bottomless. "Do you have a sweetheart?" asked Rudy, whose thoughts were filled with love. "I have none." She laughed, but it seemed as if she were not speaking the truth. "Let us not take the long way around. Let us keep to the left. It is shorter." "Yes, and easier to fall into some crevasse," said Rudy. "You ought to know the route better if you're going to be the guide." "I know the way very well," she said, "and I have my thoughts collected. Your thoughts are down there in the valley, but up here you should think of the Ice Maiden. People say she is not friendly to the human race." "I'm not a bit afraid of her," said Rudy. "She couldn't keep me when I was a child, and she won't catch me now that I'm a grown-up man." Now it became very dark. First rain fell, then snow, and its whiteness was quite blinding. "Give me your hand, and I shall help you climb," said the girl, touching him with her icy fingers. "You help me," said Rudy. I don't yet need a woman's help in climbing." Then he walked on away from her quickly. The falling snow thickened about him like a curtain. The wind moaned, and behind him he could hear the girl laughing and singing. It sounded very strange. Surely it must be a specter in the service of the Ice Maiden. Rudy had heard of these things when, as a little boy, he had spent that night on the mountain during his trip across the mountains. The snow no longer fell so thickly, and the clouds lay far below him. He looked back, but there was no one to be seen. He could only hear laughing and jeering that did not seem to come from a human being. When at last he reached the highest part of the mountain, where the path led down into the Rhone Valley, he saw in the clear blue heaven toward Chamonix 2 glittering stars. They shone brightly, and he thought of Babette, of himself, and of his good fortune. And these thoughts made him warm. The visit to the mill. "What grand prizes you have brought home," said his old foster mother, and her strange bird-like eyes sparkled as she twisted her thin, wrinkled neck even more strangely and faster than usual. "You carry good luck with you, Rudy. I must kiss you, my dear boy." Rudy allowed himself to be kissed, but one could read in his face that he did not enjoy this affectionate greeting. "How handsome you are, Rudy," said the old woman. "Oh, stop your flattery," Rudy laughed, but still the compliment pleased him. "I repeat it," said the old woman, "and fortune smiles on you." "Yes, I think you're right there," he said, thinking of Babette. Never before had he longed so for the deep valley. They must have come home by now, he told himself. It's more than 2 days past the day they intended to return. I must go to Beck's. So to Beck's he went, and the miller and his daughter were home. He was received in friendly fashion, and many messages of remembrance were given him from the family at Interlaken. Babette spoke very little. She had become quite silent, but her eyes spoke, and that was enough for Rudy. The miller, who usually had plenty to say, and was accustomed to making jokes and having them laughed at, for he was the rich miller, seemed to prefer listening to Rudy's adventures. Hearing him tell of the hardships and risks that the chamois hunters had to undergo on the mountain heights, how they had to crawl along the treacherous, snowy cornices on the edges of cliffs attached to the rocks only by the force of wind and weather, and cross the frail bridges cast by the snowstorms over deep ravines. Rudy looked very handsome, and his eyes flashed as he described the life of a hunter, the cunning of the chamois, and the wonderful leaps they made, the powerful foehn, and the rolling avalanche. He noticed that every new description held the miller's interest more and more, and that he was particularly fascinated by the youth's account of the vulture and the great royal eagle. Not far from there, in Canton Valley, there was an eagle's nest built cleverly under a projecting platform of rock in the face of a cliff. And in it, there was an eaglet, but it was impossible to get at it. A few days before, an Englishman had offered Rudy a whole handful of gold if he would bring him the eaglet alive. "But there is a limit to everything," said Rudy. "You can't get at that eaglet up there. It would be madness to try." As the wine flowed freely, and the conversation flowed just as freely, Rudy thought the evening was much too short, although it was past midnight when he left the miller's house after this his first visit. For a little while, the lights shone through the windows and through the green branches of the trees, while out from the open skylight on the roof crept the parlor cat, and along the drain pipe the kitchen cat came to meet her. "Is there any news at the mill?" said the parlor cat. "There's some secret lovemaking in this house. The father doesn't know anything about it yet. Rudy and Babette have been stepping on each other's paws under the table all evening. They trod on me twice, but I didn't mew. That would have aroused suspicion." "Well, I would have mewed," said the kitchen cat. "What would go in the kitchen wouldn't do in the parlor," said the parlor cat. "I certainly would like to know what the miller will say when he hears about this engagement." Yes, what would the miller say? That Rudy also was most anxious to know, and he couldn't make himself wait very long. Before many days had passed, when the omnibus crossed the bridge between Cantons Valais and Vod Rudy sat in it with his usual self-confidence and happy thoughts of the favorable answer he would hear that evening. And later that evening, when the omnibus was driving back along the same road, Rudy was sitting in it again, going home while the parlor cat was running over to the mill with the news. "Look here, you kitchen fellow. The miller knows everything now. The affair has come to a fine end. Rudy came here towards evening, and he and Babette found a great deal to whisper about as they stood in the hallway outside the miller's room. I lay at their feet, but they had neither eyes nor thoughts for me. I'll go straight to your father," said Rudy. "My proposal is perfectly honorable." "Do you want me to go with you?" said Babette, "to give you courage." "I have enough courage," said Rudy. "But if you're with me, he'll have to be friendly whether he likes it or not." So they went in. Rudy stepped hard on my tail. He's awfully clumsy. I mewed, but neither he nor Babette had any ears for me. They opened the door and went in together, and I too. I jumped up on the back of a chair, for I didn't know if Rudy would kick me. But it was the miller who kicked. And what a kick! Out of the door and back up to the mountains and the chamois. Rudy could take care of them, but not of our little Babette. "But what was said?" asked the kitchen cat. "Said, oh, they said everything that people say when they're wooing, 'I love her and she loves me.' And if there's milk in the can for one, there's milk in the can for two." "But she's much above you," said the miller. "She sits on heaps of grain, golden grain. As you know, you can't reach up to her. There's nothing so high that one can't reach it if one has the will to do it," said Rudy, for he is a determined fellow. "But you said a little while ago that you couldn't reach the eaglet in its nest. Babette is still higher than that." "I'll take them both," said Rudy. "Yes," said the miller. "I'll give her to you when you bring me the eaglet alive." Then he laughed until the tears stood in his eyes. "But now, thank you for your visit, Rudy. Come again tomorrow. Then you'll find nobody home. Goodbye, Rudy." Then Babette said farewell too, as meekly as a little kitten that can't see its mother. "A promise is a promise, and a man's a man," said Rudy. "Don't cry, Babette. I'll bring the eaglet." "I hope you break your neck," said the miller. "And then we'll be spared your visits here. That's what I call kicking him out. Now Rudy's gone, and Babette just sits and cries. But the miller sings German songs he learned in his travels. I'm not going to worry myself about the matter. It wouldn't do any good. But it would look better if you pretended," said the kitchen cat, "the eagle's nest." From the mountain path there sounded lively yodeling that meant good humor and gay courage. The yodeler was Rudy. He was going to see his friend Vesenand. "You must help me," he said. "We'll take Ragley with us. I have to capture the eaglet up there on the top of the cliff. Better try to capture the moon first. That would be about as easy a job, said Vesinand. I see you're in good spirits. Yes, I'm thinking about marrying. But now seriously, you must know how things stand with me. And soon, Vesinand and Ragli knew what Rudy wanted. You're a daring fellow, they said, but you won't make it. You'll break your neck. One doesn't fall so long as one doesn't think of it, said Rudy. They set out about midnight with poles, ladders, and ropes. The road led through brushwood and over loose stones, up through the dark night. The water roared below, and the water trickled down from above. Damp clouds swept heavily along. At last, the hunters reached the edge of the precipice, where it was even darker, for the rock walls almost met, and the sky could only be seen through the narrow opening above. Close by was a deep abyss, with the hoarsely roaring water far beneath them. All three sat quite still. They had to await daybreak, for when the parent eagle flew out, they would have to shoot it if they were to have any hopes of capturing the young one. Rudy was as still as if he were a part of the rock on which he was sitting. He held his gun ready. His eyes were fixed steadily on the highest part of the cleft, where the eagle's nest was hidden under the projecting rock. The three hunters had a long time to wait, but at last they suddenly heard high above them a crashing, whirring sound, and the air was darkened by a huge object. Two guns took aim at the enormous eagle the moment it left the nest. A shot blazed out. For an instant, the outspread wings fluttered, and then the bird slowly began to sink. It seemed that with its tremendous size and wingspread, it would fill the whole chasm, and in its fall, drag the hunters down with it. The eagle disappeared in the abyss below. The hunters could hear the crashing of trees and bushes crush by the fall of the bird. And now, the men began to get busy. 3 of the longest ladders were tied tightly together. They were supposed to reach the last stepping place on the margin of the abyss, but they did not reach far enough, and the perpendicular rock side was smooth as a brick wall on up to where the nest was hidden under the highest projecting rock overhang. After some discussion, they agreed that the only thing to do was to tie 2 more ladders together, let them down into the chasm from above, and attach these to the 3 already raised. With immense difficulty, they dragged the 2 ladders up, binding them with ropes to the top. They were then let out over the rock and hung there swaying in the air over the bottomless abyss. Rudy was already seated on the lowest rung. It was an icy cold morning, and the mist was rising heavily from the dark chasm below. Rudy was like a fly sitting on some bit of a straw that a bird, while building its nest, might have dropped on the edge of a tall factory chimney. But the insect could fly if the straw gave way, while Rudy could only break his neck. The wind howled about him, while far below in the abyss, the gushing water roared out from the melting glacier, the palace of the Ice Maiden. He then made the ladder swing to and fro, like the spider swings its body when it wants to catch anything in its slender thread. And when he, for the fourth time, touched the top of the ladders set up from below, he got a good hold on them and bound them together with sure and skillful hands, though they swayed as if they hung on worn-out hinges. The 5 long ladders, which now reached the nest, seemed like a swaying reed knocking against the perpendicular cliff. And now, the most dangerous part of the job was to be done, for he had to climb as a cat climbs. But Rudy could do that, for a cat had taught him. He never noticed the presence of Dizziness, who floated in the air behind him and stretched forth her embracing arms toward him. At last, he reached the last step of the highest ladder, and then he found that he was still not high enough even to see into the nest. He would have to use his hands to raise himself up to it. He tried the lowest part of the thick, interwoven branches forming the base of the nest to learn if it was sufficiently strong. Then, having secured a firm hold on a heavy, strong branch, he swung himself up from the ladder until his head and chest were level with the nest. Then there swept over him a horrible stench of carrion, for putrefied lambs, chamois, and birds littered the nest. Dizziness, who had little power over him, blew the poisonous odor into his face to make him faint. While down below, on the dank, foaming waters of the yawning ravine, sat the Ice Maiden herself, with her long, pale green hair staring at him with eyes as deadly as 2 gun barrels. "Now I will catch you." In a corner of the nest, Rudy could see the eaglet sitting, a big, powerful bird, even though it could not yet fly. Staring straight at it, Rudy somehow held on with one hand, while with the other he cast a noose around the bird. Thus, it was captured alive. Its legs were held by the tightened cord, and Rudy flung the noose over his shoulder so that the bird hung a good distance below him. Then he held on to a rope flung out to help him until his toes at last touched the highest rung of the ladder. Hold tightly. Don't be afraid of falling, and you won't fall. That was his early training, and Rudy acted on it. He held tightly, climbed down, and believing he couldn't fall, he didn't fall. Then there arose loud and joyous yodeling. He stood safely on the firm, rocky ledge with his eaglet. What news the parlor cat had to tell. "Here's what you asked for," said Rudy, as he entered the miller's house at Beck's and placed a large basket on the floor. When he took the lid off, 2 yellow eyes, surrounded by dark rings, glared out, eyes so flashing, so fierce, that they looked as though they would burn or blast anything they saw. The neck was red and downy. The short, strong beak opened to bite. "The eaglet!" cried the miller. Babette screamed and sprang back, but could not tear her eyes from Rudy and the eaglet. "Nothing frightens you," said the miller to Rudy. "And you always keep your word," said Rudy. "Everyone has his principles." "But how did it happen that you didn't break your neck?" asked the miller. "Because I held tightly," said Rudy. "And so I'm doing now, holding tightly to Babette." "Better wait till you get her," laughed the miller. And Babette knew that was a good sign. "Let's take the eaglet out of the basket. It's horrible to see its eyes glaring. How did you manage to capture it?" And Rudy had to describe his adventure. As he talked, the miller's eyes opened wider and wider. "With your courage and good luck, you could take care of 3 wives," said the miller. "Thank you, thank you," cried Rudy. "But you won't get Babette just yet," said the miller, slapping the young hunter good-humoredly on the shoulder. "Do you know the latest news at the mill?" said the parlor cat to the kitchen cat. "Rudy has brought us the eaglet and takes Babette in exchange. They have actually kissed each other, and her father saw it. That's as good as an engagement. The old man didn't make any fuss at all. He kept his claws pulled in, took his afternoon nap, and left the 2 of them to sit and spoon. They have so much to tell each other that they won't have finished until Christmas." And they hadn't finished by Christmas either. The wind shook down the yellow leaves. The snow drifted up in the valleys as well as on the high mountains. The ice maiden sat in her stately palace, which grew larger during the winter. The cliffs were covered with sleet, and icicles, big and heavy, as elephants hung down. Where in summer the mountain streams poured down, there were now enormous masses of icy tapestry, fantastic garlands of crystal ice hung over the snow-covered pine trees. Over the deepest valleys, the Ice Maiden rode the howling wind. The carpet of snow spread down as far as Beck's so she could go there and see Rudy in the house where he spent so much time with Babette. The wedding was to take place the following summer, and their ears often tingled, for their friends often talked about it. Then everything was sunny, and the most beautiful alpine rose bloomed. The lovely, laughing Babette was as charming as the early spring itself, the spring which makes all the birds sing of the summertime and weddings. How those two do sit and drool over each other, said the parlor cat. I'm tired of their mewing now. The Ice Maiden. Spring has unfolded her fresh green garlands of walnut and chestnut trees, which burst into bloom, especially in the country, extending from the bridge at St. Maurice to Lake Geneva and along the banks of the Rhone. With wild speed, the river rushes from its sources beneath the green glaciers. The ice palace home of the Ice Maiden, from where she allows herself to be carried on the biting wind up to the highest fields of snow there, to recline on their drifting masses in the warm sunshine. Here she sat and gazed down into the deep valleys below, where she could see human beings busily bustling about like ants on a sunlit stone. Mental giants, the children of the sun call you, said the Ice Maiden. You are only vermin, one rolling snowball, and your houses and villages are crushed, wiped out. Then she raised her proud head still higher and stared with death-threatening eyes about and below her. Then from the valley there arose a strange sound. It was the blasting of rocks, the labors of men, the building of roadbeds and tunnels for the coming of the railroad. They work like moles, she said, digging passages in the rocks, and therefore are heard these sounds like the reports of guns. If I move my palaces, the noise is stronger than the roar of thunder itself. Then up from the valley there arose thick smoke, moving forward like a fluttering veil, a waving plume from the locomotive which on the new railway was drawing a train carriage linked to carriage looking like a winding serpent. It shot past with the speed of an arrow. They think They're the masters down there, these mental giants, said the Ice Maiden. But the powers of nature are still the real rulers. And she laughed and sang, and it made the valley tremble. It's an avalanche, the people down there said. But the children of the sun sang still more loudly of the power of mankind's thought. It commands, all it yokes the wide ocean, levels mountains, fills valleys. The power of thought makes mankind lord over the powers of nature. At that moment, a party of climbers crossed the snowfield where the Ice Maiden sat. They had roped themselves together to form one large body on the slippery ice near the deep abyss. Vermin, she said, you the lords of the powers of nature. And she turned from them and gazed scornfully into the deep valley where the railway train was rushing along. There they sit, those thoughts, but they are in the power of nature's force. I see every one of them. One sits alone like a king. Others sit in a group, and half of them are asleep. And when the steam dragon stops, they climb out and go their way. Then the thoughts go out into the world. And she laughed. There's another avalanche, said the people in the valley. It won't reach us, said two who sat together in the train. Two minds with but a single thought. As we say, they were Rudy and Babette, and the miller was going with them. Like baggage, he said. I'm along with them as sort of extra baggage. There sit those two, said the Ice Maiden. Many a chamois have I crushed, millions of alpine flowers have I snapped and broken, leaving no root behind. I destroy them all. Thoughts, mental giants, indeed. Again she laughed. That's another avalanche, said those down in the valley. The godmother at Montreux, one of the nearby towns, which with Clarens, Bernex, and Crin encircle the northeast shore of Lake Geneva, lived Babette's godmother, the high-born English lady, with her daughters and a young relative. They had been there only a short while, but the miller had already visited them, announced Babette's engagement, and told them about Rudy and the visit to Interlaken and the young eagle. In short, the whole story. It had pleased them greatly, and they felt very kindly toward Rudy and Babette, and even the miller himself. They insisted upon all three of them coming to Montreux, and that's why they went. Babette wanted to see her godmother, and her godmother wanted to see her. At the little village of Villeneuve, at the end of Lake Geneva, lay the steamboat, which in a voyage of half an hour went from there to Bernex, a little below Montreux. That coast has often been celebrated by poets in song and story. There, under the walnut trees, beside the deep blue-green lake, Byron sat and wrote his melodious verses about the prisoner in the dark mountain castle of Chillon. There, where Clarens is reflected amid weeping willows in the clear water, Rousseau wandered, dreaming of his Heloise. The Rhône River glides beneath the lofty snow-capped hills of Savoy, and near its mouth, here there is a small island so tiny that from the shore it looks as if it were a ship floating in the water. It is just a patch of rocky ground which a century before a lady had walled around and covered with earth, where 3 acacia trees were planted, which now overshadowed the whole island. Babette was enchanted with this little spot. To her, it was the loveliest place to be seen on the whole trip. She said they ought to land there. They must land there. It would be so charming under those beautiful trees. But the steamer passed by and did not stop until it reached Vernex. The little party passed up among the white sunlit walls that surrounded the vineyards before the little mountain town of Montreux, where the peasants' cottages are shaded by fig trees and laurels, and cypresses grow in the gardens. Halfway up the mountain was the hotel where the godmother lived. The meeting was very cordial. The godmother was a stout, pleasant-looking woman with a smiling, round face. As a child, she must certainly have resembled one of Raphael's cherubs. It was still an angel's head, but older, with silver white hair. The daughters were tall and slender, well-dressed and elegant-looking. The young cousin with them, who had enough golden hair and golden whiskers for 3 gentlemen, was dressed in white from head to foot, and promptly began to pay devoted attention to little Babette. Beautifully bound books and music and drawings were on the large table. The balcony door was open, and from the balcony there was a lovely view of the calm lake, so bright and clear that the village's woods and snow peaks of Savoy were reflected in it. Rudy, who was generally so lively and gay, found himself very ill at ease. He moved about as if he were walking on peas over a slippery floor. How slowly the time passed. It was like being in a treadmill, and now they had to go out for a walk, and that was just as tiresome. Rudy had to take 2 steps forward and 1 back to keep abreast of the others. They went down to Ceylon, the gloomy old castle on the island, to look at dungeons and instruments of torture, rusty chains hanging from rocky walls, stone benches for those condemned to death, trap doors through which the doomed were hurled down onto iron spikes amid the surge. They called it a pleasure to look at these things. It was a dreadful place of execution, elevated by Byron's verse into the world of poetry. But to Rudy, still only a place of execution. He leaned out of one of the great windows and gazed down into the blue-green water and over to the lonely little island with the 3 acacias. How he longed to be there, free from the whole chattering party. But Babette was very happy. She had had a wonderful time, she said later. And the cousin she thought was perfect. Yes, perfectly flippant, said Rudy. And that was the first time he had ever said anything to her that did not please her. The Englishman had given her a little book as souvenir of Ceylon. It was Byron's poem, The Prisoner of Ceylon, translated into French so that she could read it. The book may be all right, said Rudy, but the finely combed fellow who gave it to you didn't make a hit with me. He looks like a flour sack without any flour, said the miller, laughing at his own wit. Rudy laughed too and said that he was exactly right. The cousin. When Rudy went to visit the mill a couple of days later, he found the young Englishman there. Babette had just set a plate of boiled trout before him, which she herself had decorated with parsley to make it look appetizing, no doubt. Rudy thought that was entirely unnecessary. What did he want there? What was his business? To be served and pampered by Babette. Rudy was jealous, and that pleased Babette. It amused her to see revealed all the feelings of his heart, the weak as well as the strong. Love was still an amusement to her, and she played with Rudy's heart. But it must be said that he was still the center of all her thoughts, the dearest and most cherished in the world. Still, the gloomier he looked, the more merrily she laughed at him with her eyes. She would even have kissed the blonde Englishman with the golden whiskers if it would have made Rudy rush out in a fury, for it would have shown her how much he loved her. This was not the fair nor the wise thing for little Babette to do, but she was only 19. She had no intention of being unkind to Rudy. Still less did she think how her conduct would appear to the young Englishman, or how light and improper it was for the miller's modest, newly betrothed daughter, where the road from Bex passes beneath the snow-clad peaks, which in the language of the country are called diablerets. The mill stood near a rushing, grayish-white mountain stream that looked as if it were covered with soap suds. It wasn't that stream that turned the mill wheel, but a smaller one which came tumbling down the rocks on the other side of river. It ran through a reservoir dammed up by stones in the road beneath, and forced itself up with violence and speed into an enclosed wooden basin formed by a wide dam across the rushing river, where it turned the large mill wheel. When the water had piled up behind the dam, it overflowed and made the path so wet and slippery that it was difficult for anyone who wanted to take this shortcut to the mill to do so without falling into the water. However, the young Englishman thought he would try it, dressed in white, like a mill worker. He was climbing the path one evening, following the light that shone from Babette's window. He had never learned to climb, and so almost went head first into the stream, but escaped with wet arms and spattered trousers. Soaking wet and covered with mud, he arrived beneath Babette's window, climbed the old linden tree, and there began to make a noise like an owl, which was the only bird he could even try to imitate. Babette heard it and peeped out through the thin curtains. But when she saw the man in white and realized who he was, her little heart pounded with fright, but also with anger. Quickly, she put out her light, made sure the window was securely fastened, and then left him to his hooting and howling. How terrible it would be, she thought, if Rudy were now at the mill. But Rudy wasn't at the mill. No, it was much worse. He was standing right under the tree. Loud words were spoken, angry words. They might come to blows or even murder. Babette hurried to open her window and called down to Rudy to go away, adding that she couldn't let him stay there. "You won't let me stay here," he cried. "Then this is an appointment. You're expecting some good friend, someone you'd rather see than me. Shame on you, Babette." "You are very nasty," said Babette, and started to cry. "I hate you. Go away. Go away. I haven't deserved anything like this," said Rudy as he went away, his cheeks burning, his heart on fire. Babette threw herself on her bed and cried. "And you can think that of me, Rudy, of me who loves you so." She was angry very angry, and that was good for her, for otherwise she would have been deeply hurt. As it was, she could fall asleep and enjoy youth's refreshing slumber. Evil powers. Rudy left Beck's and started homeward, following the mountain path with its cold, fresh air, and where the snow is deep and the ice maiden reigns. The trees, with their thick foliage, were so far below him that they looked like potato tops. The pines and bushes became smaller. The alpine roses were blanketed with snow, which lay in isolated patches, like linen put out to be bleached. A single blue gentian stood in his path, and he crushed it with the butt of his gun. Higher up, 2 chamois became visible, and Rudy's eyes sparkled as his thoughts turned into another course. But he wasn't near enough for a good shot. Still higher, he climbed to where only a few blades of grass grew between the rocks. The chamois passed calmly over the snow fields as Rudy pressed on. The thick mists enshrouded him, and suddenly he found himself on the brink of a steep rock precipice. Then the rain began to fall in torrents. He felt a burning thirst. His head was hot, and his limbs were cold. He reached for his hunting flask, but found it was empty. He had not given it a thought when he rushed away up the mountain. He had never been sick in his life, but now he suddenly felt that he was ill. He felt exhausted and wanted only to lie down and sleep. But the rain was streaming down around him. He tried to pull himself out of it, but every object seemed to dance strangely before his eyes. Suddenly, he became aware of something he had never before seen in that place. A small, newly built hut leaning against the rock. And in the doorway stood a young girl. First, he thought she was the schoolmaster's daughter, Annette, whom he had once kissed while dancing with her. But she wasn't Annette. But he was sure he had seen her before, perhaps near Grindelwald, the evening he went home from the Interlaken shooting matches. "How did you get here?" he asked. "I'm home," she said, "watching my flocks." "Your flocks? Where do they find grass? There's nothing here but snow and rocks." "You know a lot about it," she said, and laughed. "A little way down behind here is a very nice pasture where my goats go. I take good care of them and never lose one. What's mine is mine." "You're very brave," said Rudy. and so are you," she answered. "If you have any milk, please give me some. I have a terrible thirst." "I have something much better than milk," she replied, "and you may have some. Yesterday, some travelers came here with guides and left half a flask of wine behind them, such wine as you have never tasted. They won't come back for it, and I don't drink it, so you may have it." She brought the wine, poured some into a wooden goblet, and gave it to Rudy. "That's fine," he said. "I have never tasted a wine so warming and reviving." His eyes sparkled with life. A glowing thrill of happiness swept over him, as if every sorrow and vexation had vanished from his mind. A carefree feeling awoke in him. "But surely you are Annette, the schoolmaster's daughter," he exclaimed. "Give me a kiss." "Yes, but first give me that pretty ring you're wearing on your finger. My engagement ring. Yes, just that ring," said the girl. Then, refilling the goblet, she held it to his lips, and he drank again. A feeling of joy seemed to flow through his blood. The whole world was his. He seemed to think so. Why torture himself? Everything is created for our pleasure and enjoyment. The stream of life is the stream of happiness. Let yourself be carried away on it. That is joy. He looked at the young girl. She was Annette, and yet not Annette. But still less was she the magical phantom, as he had called the one he had met near Grindelwald. This girl on the mountain was fresh as newly fallen snow, as blooming as an alpine rose, as lively as a young lamb. Yet still she was formed from Adam's rib, a human being, like Rudy himself. He flung his arms about her and gazed into her marvelously clear eyes. It was only for a second, but how can that second be expressed or described in words? Was it the life of the soul or the life of death that took possessions of his being? Was he carried up high, or did he sink down into the deep and deathly, icy crevasse? Deeper, always deeper. He beheld the ice walls shining like blue-green glass. Bottomless crevasses yawned about him. The waters dripped, sounding like the chimes of bells, and were as clear as a pearl, glowing with pale blue flames. Then the ice maiden kissed him, a kiss that sent an icy shiver through his whole body. He gave a cry of pain, tore himself away from her, stumbled and fell. all went dark before his eyes, but he opened them again. The powers of evil had played their game. The Alpine girl was gone, and the sheltering hut was gone. Water streamed down on the bare rocks, and snow lay everywhere. Rudy was shivering with cold, soaked through to the skin, and his ring was gone. The engagement ring Babette had given him. His gun lay on the snow beside him, but when he took it up and tried to fire it as a signal, it missed fire. Damp clouds filled the chasm like thick masses of snow. Dizziness sat there, glaring at her helpless prey, while there rang through the deep crevasse beneath her a sound as if a mass of rock had fallen and was crushing and carrying away everything that obstructed its course. Back at the miller's, Babette sat and wept. It was 6 days since Rudy had been there. Rudy, who had been in the wrong and should ask her pardon, for she loved him with all her heart. At the miller's house. "It's lot of nonsense with those people," said the parlor cat to the kitchen cat. "It's all off now between Babette and Rudy. She just sits and cries, and he doesn't think about her anymore." "I don't like that," said the kitchen cat. "I don't either," said the parlor cat. "But I'm not going to mourn about it. Babette can take golden whiskers for her sweetheart. He hasn't been here since the night he tried to climb onto the roof. The powers of evil carry out their purposes around us and within us." Rudy understood this and thought about it. What was it that had gone on about him and inside him up there on the mountain? Was it sin or just a feverish dream? He had never known illness or fever before. While he blamed Babette, he also searched his own heart. He remembered the wild tornado, the hot whirlwind that had broken loose in there. Could he confess everything to Babette? Every thought, which in that hour of temptation almost brought about his action. He had lost her ring, and by that very loss, she had won him back. Would she be able to confess to him? When his thoughts turned to her, so many memories crowded his mind that he felt that his heart was breaking. He saw her as a laughing, happy child full of life. The many loving words she had addressed to him from the fullness of her heart gladdened his soul like a ray of light. And soon there was only sunshine there for Babette. However, she would have to confess to him, and he would see that she did so. So he went to the mill, and there was a confession. It began with a kiss and ended with Rudy's being the sinner. His great fault was that he could have doubted for one moment Babette's faithfulness. That was very wicked of him. Such distrust, such violence might bring misery to both of them. Yes, that was very true. Babette preached him a little sermon, which pleased her greatly, and which was very becoming to her. But Rudy was right about one thing. The godmother's nephew was a babbler. She'd burn the book he had given her and wouldn't keep the slightest thing that would remind her of him. "Now that's all over with," said the parlor cat. "Rudy's back again, and they've made up. And they say that's the greatest of happiness." "Last night," said the kitchen cat, "I heard the rats saying that their greatest happiness was to eat candle grease and have plenty of tainted bacon. Which of them should we believe, the lovers or the rats?" "Neither of them," said the parlor cat. "That's always the safest." Rudy's and Babette's greatest happiness was drawing near. The most beautiful day, as they call it, was coming. Their wedding day. But the wedding was not to take place in the church at Beck's, nor in the miller's house. The godmother had asked that the party be held at her house, and that the ceremony be performed in the pretty little church at Montreux. And the miller was very insistent that they should agree to this arrangement, for he alone knew what the godmother intended giving the young couple. Her wedding gift would be well worth such a small concession to her wishes. The day was agreed upon. They would go to Villeneuve the evening before, then proceed to Montreux by boat the next morning, so that the godmother's daughters would have time to dress the bride. "I suppose there'll be a second ceremony in this house," said the parlor cat. "Or else I know I wouldn't give a mew for the whole business." "There's going to be a feast here too," said the kitchen cat. "The ducks have been killed, the pigeons plucked, and a whole deer is hanging on the wall. My mouth waters when I look at all the food. Tomorrow they start their journey." Yes, tomorrow. That evening, Rudy and Babette sat in the miller's house for the last time as an engaged couple. Outside, the evening glow was on the Alps. The vesper bells were chiming, and the daughters of the sun sang, "That which is best shall come to pass." Visions in the night. The sun had gone down, and the clouds lay low in the valley of the Rhone, between the tall mountains. The wind blew from the south, an African wind. It suddenly sprang up over the high summits, like a foehn which swept the clouds away. And when the wind had fallen, everything for a moment was perfectly still. The scattered clouds hung in fantastic shapes between the wooded hills skirting the rushing Rhone. They hung in the shapes of sea monsters of the prehistoric world, of eagles hovering in the air, of frogs leaping in a marsh. They settled down on the swift river and seemed to sail on it, yet they were floating in the air. The current swept along an uprooted pine tree with the water making circles around it. It was dizziness, and some of her sisters dancing in circles on the foaming stream. The moon lighted up the snow-covered mountain peaks, the dark woods, and the strange white clouds, those visions of the night that seemed to be the powers of nature. The mountain peasant saw them through his window. They sailed past in great numbers before the ice maiden, who had come from her glacier palace. She was sitting on a frail boat, the uprooted pine, as the waters from the glacier carried her down the river to the open lake. "The wedding guests are coming," was sung and murmured in the air and in the water. There were visions outside and visions inside, and Babette had a very strange dream. It seemed to her that she had been married to Rudy for many years. He had gone chamois hunting, leaving her at home, and the young Englishman with the golden whiskers was sitting beside her. His eyes were passionate. His words seemed to have a magic power in them. He held out his hand to her, and she was obliged to follow him. They walked away from her home, always downward, and Babette felt a weight in her heart that became heavier every moment. She was committing a sin against Rudy, a sin against God himself, and suddenly she found herself alone. Her dress had been torn to pieces by thorns, and her hair had turned gray. In deep grief, she looked upward and saw Rudy on the edge of a mountainous ridge. She stretched up her arms to him, but dared neither pray nor call out to him, and neither would have been of any avail, for she soon discovered it was not Rudy, but only his cap and shooting jacket hanging on an alpenstock, as hunters often place them to deceive the chamois. In miserable grief, Babette cried, "Oh, if I had only died on my wedding day, the happiest day of my life. Oh Lord my God, that would have been a blessing. That would have been the best thing that could have happened for me and Rudy. No one knows his future." Then, in godless despair, she hurled herself down into the deep chasm. A thread seemed to break, and the echo of sorrowful tones was heard. Babette awoke. The dream was ended, and although partly forgotten, she knew it had been a frightful one, and that she had dreamed about the young Englishman, whom she had not seen or thought of for several months. She wondered if he still was at Montreux, and if she would see him at the wedding. A faint shadow passed over Babette's pretty mouth, her brows knitted. But soon there came a smile, and the sparkle returned to her eye. The sun was shining brightly outside, and tomorrow was her and Rudy's wedding day. When she came down, he was already in the parlor, and soon they set off for Villeneuve. They were both so happy, and so was the miller. He laughed and joked, and was in excellent humor, for he was a kind father and an honest soul. "Now we are the masters of the house," said the parlor cat. The conclusion. It was not yet evening when the three happy people reached Villeneuve and sat down to dinner. The miller settled himself in a comfortable armchair with his pipe and had a little nap. They, young bridal couple, went out of the town arm in arm along the highway, under the wooded hills, by the side of the deep blue-green lake. The clear water reflected the gray walls and heavy towers of gloomy-looking Chillon. The little island, with its 3 acacias, seemed quite close, looking like a bouquet lying on the lake. "How lovely it must be over there," said Babette, who again felt a great desire to go to the island. And her desire could be satisfied at once, for a boat was lying near the bank, and it was easy to undo the rope securing it. There was no one around of whom they could ask permission, so they got into the boat anyway. Rudy knew how to use the oars. Like the fins of a fish, the oars divided the water, so pliant and yet so powerful, with a back for carrying and a mouth for swallowing. Gentle, smiling calmness itself, yet terrible and mighty in destruction. Foamy wake stretched out behind the boat, and in a few minutes they arrived at the little island where they landed. There was just room for the 2 of them to dance. Rudy whirled Babette around 2 or 3 times. Then they sat on the little bench under the drooping acacia and held each other's hands and looked deep into each other's eyes while the last rays of the setting sun streamed about them. The pine forests on the mountains took on a purplish red tint, like that of blooming heather, and where the trees stopped and the bare rocks began, they glowed as if the mountain itself were transparent. The clouds in the sky glowed a brilliant crimson. The whole lake was like a fresh, blushing rose petal. As the shades of evening gathered, the snow-capped mountains of Savoy turned a dark blue, but the highest summits still shone like red lava, and for a moment reflected their light on the mountains before the vast masses were lost in darkness. It was the alpine glow, and Rudy and Babette thought they had never before seen so magnificent a sight. The snow-covered Dent du Midi glistened like the disk of the full moon when it rises above the horizon. Oh, what beauty, what happiness, both of them said. Earth can give me no more, said Rudy. An evening like this is like a whole life. How often have I realized my good fortune as I realize it now, and thought that if everything ended for me at once, now I have still had a happy life. What a blessed world this is. One day passes, and a new one, even more beautiful than the other, begins. Our Lord is infinitely good, Babette. I'm so happy, she said. Earth can give me no more, exclaimed Rudy. Then the vesper bells sounded from the Savoy Mountains and the mountains of Switzerland. The dark blue Jura stood up in golden splendor in the west. God give you all that is brightest and best, exclaimed Babette. He will, said Rudy. Tomorrow I shall have that wish. Tomorrow you'll be wholly mine, my own lovely little wife. The boat, Babette suddenly cried, for the boat that was to take them back had broken loose and was drifting away from the island. I'll get it, said Rudy, and he stripped off his coat and boots, plunged into the lake, and swam with vigorous strokes after the boat. The clear blue-green water from the mountain glacier was icy and deep. Rudy looked down into the depths. He took only a single glance, and yet he thought he saw a gold ring, trembling, glittering, wavering there. He thought of his lost engagement ring, and the ring became larger and spread out into a glittering circle, within which appeared the clear glacier. Endless, deep chasms yawned about it, and the dropping water tinkled like the sound of bells and glowed with pale blue flames. In a second, he beheld what will take us many long words to describe. Young hunters and young girls, men and women who had once fallen into the glacier's crevasses, stood there as in life with open eyes and smiling lips, while far below them arose from buried villages the chimes of church bells. The congregation knelt beneath the church roofs. Icicles made the organ pipes, and the mountain torrents furnished the music. And the ice maiden sat on the clear, transparent ground. She stretched herself up toward Rudy and kissed his feet, and there shot through his limbs a deadly chill, like an electric shock. Ice and fire, one could not be distinguished from the other in that brief touch. Mine, mine, sounded around him and within him. I kissed you when you were little, kissed you on the mouth. Now I kiss you on your toes and your heels. Now you belong to me. And he disappeared in the clear blue water. All was still. The church bells had ceased their ringing. Their last tones had died away with the glow on the red clouds above. You are mine, sounded from the depths below. You are mine, resounded from beyond the heights, from infinity itself. How wonderful to pass from love to love, from earth to heaven. A thread seemed to break, and sorrowful tones echoed around. The icy kiss of death had conquered what was mortal. The prelude to the drama of life had ended before the play itself had begun, and discord had resolved itself into harmony. Do you call this a sad story? Poor Babette. For her, it was the hour of anguish. The boat drifted farther and farther away. No one on the mainland knew that the bridal couple had crossed over to the little island. Evening came, on the clouds gathered, and darkness settled down. Alone, despairing and crying, she stood there. A storm broke out. Lightning flashed over the Jura Mountains and over the peaks of Savoy and Switzerland. From all sides came flash after flash, while one peal of thunder followed the other for minutes at a time. One instant, the lightning was so vivid that the surroundings were bright as day. Every single vine stem was as distinct as at high noon. And in the next instant, everything was plunged back into the blackest darkness. The lightning formed circles and zigzagged, then darted into the lake, and the increasing noise of the rolling thunder echoed from the surrounding mountains. On the mainland, the boats had been drawn far up the beach, while all living things sought shelter, and now the rain poured down in torrents. Where can Rudy and Babette be in this terrible storm? Said the miller. Babette sat with folded hands, her head in her lap, utterly worn out by grief, tears, and screams for help. In the deep water, she said to herself, far down there, as if under a glacier he lies. Then she thought of what Rudy had told her about his mother's death and of his escape, how he was lifted up out of the cleft of the glacier almost dead. The ice maiden has him again. Then there came a flash of lightning, as dazzling as the rays of the sun on white snow. Babette jumped up. At that moment, the lake rose like a shining glacier. There stood the ice maiden, majestic, bluish, pale, glittering, with Rudy's corpse at her feet. "Mine," she said, and again everything was darkness and torrential rain. "Horrible," groaned Babette. "Ah, why should he die when our day of happiness was so near? Dear God, make me understand. Shed light into my heart. I cannot understand the ways of your almighty power and wisdom." And God enlightened her heart. A memory, a ray of mercy, her dream of the night before, all rushed vividly through her mind. She remembered the words she had spoken, the wish for the best for herself and Rudy. "Pity me. Was it the seed of sin in my heart? Was my dream a glimpse into the future whose course had to be violently changed to save me from guilt? How miserable I am." In the pitch-black night, she sat weeping. And now, in the deep stillness around her, she seemed to hear the last words he had spoken here. "Earth can give me no more." They had been spoken in the fullest of joy. They echoed in the depths of great sorrow. A few years have passed since that night. The lake smiles. Its shores are smiling. The vines yield luscious grapes. Steamboats with waving pennants glide swiftly by. Pleasure boats with their two sails unfurled skim like white butterflies over the mirrored water. The railway beyond Chillon is open now, leading far into the valley of the Rhone. At every station, strangers get out, studying in their little red guidebooks what sights they should see. They visit Chillon, see the little island with the 3 acacias, and read in their books about a bridal couple who in 1856 rode over to it one evening. How not until the next morning could the bride's despairing cries be heard on the mainland. But the guidebooks tell nothing about Babette's quiet life in her father's house. Not at the mill, for strangers live there now. In the pretty house near the railway station, where many an evening she gazes from her window beyond the chestnut trees to the snowy mountains over which Rudy had loved to range. In the evening hours, she can see the alpine glow. Up there, where the daughters of the sun settle down and sing again their song about the traveler whose coat the whirlwind snatched off, taking it but not the man himself. There is a rosy glow upon the mountain snowfields. There is a rosy tint in every heart in which lives the thought, God wills what is best for us. But it is not always revealed to us as it was revealed to Babette in her dream. The bond of friendship. We've recently made a little journey, and already we want to make a longer one. Where to Sparta, or Mycenae, or Delphi? There are hundreds of places whose names make the heart pound with the love of travel. On horseback, we climb mountain paths through shrubs and brush. A single traveler looks like a whole caravan. He rides in front with his guide. A pack horse carries luggage tent and provisions. A couple of soldiers guard the rear for his protection. No inn with soft beds awaits him at the end of a tiring day's journey. Often, the tent is his roof in nature's great wilderness, and the guide cooks him his supper, a pilau of rice fowl and curry. Thousands of gnats swarm around the little tent. It is a miserable night, and tomorrow the route will head across swollen streams. Sit tight on your horse, lest you are washed away. What reward is there for these hardships? The greatest, the richest nature reveals herself here in all her glory. Every spot is history. Eye and mind alike are delighted. The poet can sing of it, the painter portray it in splendid pictures, but neither can reproduce the air of reality that sinks deep into the soul of the spectator and remains there. The lonely herdsman up on the hills could perhaps, by the simple story of an event in his life, open your eyes and with a few words let you behold the land of the Hellenes better than any travel book could do. Let him speak, then, about a custom, a beautiful, peculiar custom. The shepherd in the mountains will tell about it. He calls it the bond of friendship and relates, our house was built of clay, but the doorposts were fluted marble pillars found on the spot where the house was built. The roof almost reached the ground. Now it was black-brown and ugly. But when it was new, it was covered with blooming oleander and fresh laurel branches fetched from beyond the mountains. The walks around our house were narrow. Walls of rock rose steeply up, bare and black in color. On top of them, clouds often hung like white, living beings. I never heard a bird sing here, and never did the men dance here to the sound of the bagpipe. But the place was sacred from olden times. Its very name reminded of that, for it was called Delphi. The dark, solemn mountains were all covered with snow. The brightest, which gleamed in the red evening sun, the longest, was Parnassus. The brook close by our house rushed down from it, and was also sacred long ago. Now the donkey makes it muddy with its feet, but the current rolls on and becomes clear again. How well I remember every spot and its deep sacred solitude. In the middle of the hut, a fire was lit, and when the hot ashes lay high and glowing, the bread was baked in it. If the snow was piled up high round our hut and almost covered it, then my mother seemed to be her brightest. She would hold my head between her hands, kiss my forehead, and sing the songs she never sang at other times. For our masters, the Turks, did not like them. And she sang, "On the summit of Olympus, in the fir tree forest, lived an old stag. Its eyes were heavy with tears. It wept red, yes, and even green and light blue tears. Then a roebuck came by and said, 'What ails you, that you cry, so that you weep red-green, yes, even light blue tears?' The stag replied, 'The Turk has entered our city. He has fierce steeds for the hunt, a goodly pack. I will drive them away across the islands,' said the young roebuck. 'I will drive them away across the islands into the deep sea.' But before evening, the roebuck was slain, and before nightfall, the stag was hunted and killed. When my mother sang this, her eyes became moist, and a tear hung on the long lashes. But she concealed it and turned our black bread in the ashes. Then I would clench my fists and say, 'We'll kill the Turks.' But she repeated the words of the song, 'I will drive them across the islands into the deep sea.' But before evening, the roebuck was slain, and before nightfall, the stag was hunted and killed. For several days and nights, we had been alone in our hut, and then my father came home. I knew he would bring me seashells from the Gulf of Lepanto, or maybe even a sharp, gleaming knife. But this time, he brought us a child, a naked little girl, whom he had carried under his sheepskin coat. She was wrapped in a fur, but when this was taken off, and she lay in my mother's lap, all that she possessed was 3 silver coins fastened in her dark hair. And father explained to us that the Turks had killed her parents, and told us so much about it that I dreamed about it all night. Father himself had been wounded, and my mother dressed his arm. His wound was deep, and the thick sheepskin was stiff with blood. The little girl was to be my sister. She was so beautiful, with clear, shining eyes. Even my mother's eyes were not gentler than hers. Yes, Anastasia, as they called her, was to be my sister, for her father was united to mine, united in accordance with an old custom we still keep. They had sworn brotherhood in their youth and had chosen the most beautiful and virtuous girl in the whole country to consecrate their bond of friendship. I had often heard of the queer and beautiful custom, so now the little girl was my sister. She sat in my lap. I brought her flowers and feathers of the field birds. We drank together of the waters of Parnassus and slept head to head beneath the laurel roof of the hut, while many a winter my mother sang of the red, the green, and the light blue tears. But still, I didn't understand. It was my own countrymen whose thousand-fold sorrows were reflected in those tears. One day, 3 Frankish men came dressed differently than we were. They had their tents and beds packed on horses, and more than 20 Turks, armed with swords and muskets, accompanied them, for they were friends of the Pasha and carried letters from him. They only came to view our mountains, to climb Parnassus through snow and clouds, and to see the strange, steep, black rocks surrounding our hut. There was no room for them inside our home, nor could they stand the smoke rolling along the ceiling and out at the low door. So they pitched their tents in the narrow clearing outside our house, roasted lambs and birds, and drank strong, sweet wine, which the Turks did not dare to drink. When they left, I went with them for some distance, and my little sister hung in a goatskin on my back. One of the Frankish gentlemen had me stand before a rock and sketched me and her so lifelike as we stood there, so that we looked like one being. I had never thought of it before, but Anastasia and I were really one person. She was always sitting in my lap or hanging on my back in the goatskin, and when I dreamed, she appeared in my dreams. 2 nights later, other men came to our hut, armed with knives and muskets. They were Albanians. Brave men, said my mother. They stayed only a short while, wrapping tobacco in strips of paper and smoking it. My sister Anastasia sat on the knees of one of them, and when he was gone, she had only 2 silver coins in her hair instead of 3. The oldest of the men talked about which route they should take. He was not sure. "If I spit upward," he said, "it will fall in my face. If I spit downward, it will fall in my beard." But they had to make a choice, so they went, and my father followed them. And soon afterwards, we heard the sound of shots. The firing increased. Then soldiers rushed into our hut and took my mother, myself, and Anastasia prisoners. The robbers, they said, had stayed with us, and my father had gone with them. Therefore, we had to be taken away. Soon, I saw the robbers' corpses, and I saw my father's corpse too, and I cried myself to sleep. When I awoke, we were in prison, but the cell was no worse than the room in our hut. And they gave me onions to eat, and musty wine poured from a tarred sack. But ours at home was no better. I don't know how long we were held prisoners, but many days and nights went by. It was our holy Easter time when we were released. I carried Anastasia on my back, for my mother was ill and could only walk slowly. And it was a long way down to the sea, to the Gulf of Lepanto. We entered a church, magnificent, with pictures on a golden background. They were pictures of angels. Beautiful. But I thought our little Anastasia was just as beautiful. In the center of the floor was a coffin filled with roses. The Lord Christ is symbolized there as a beautiful rose, said my mother. And then the priest chanted, "Christ is risen." Everybody kissed each other. All the people had lighted tapers in their hands. I received one, and so did little Anastasia. The bagpipes played. Men danced hand in hand from the church, and the women outside were roasting the Easter lamb. We were invited to share it, and when I sat by the fire, a boy older than I put his arms around my neck, kissed me, and cried, "Christ is risen." Thus we met for the first time, Aphanides and I. My mother could make fishing nets, which gave her a good income here in the bay. So for a long time, we lived beside the sea, the beautiful sea that tasted like tears, and whose colors reminded me of the song of the weeping stag, for its waters were sometimes red, sometimes green, and then again light blue. Aphanides knew how to guide a boat, and I often sat in it with Anastasia while it glided through the water like a cloud over the sky. Then, as the sun set and the mountains turned a deeper and deeper blue, one range seemed to rise behind the other, and behind all of them was Parnassus, covered with snow. Its summit gleamed in the evening rays like glowing iron, and it seemed as though the light shone from within it. For long after the sun had set, the mountain top still glittered in the clear blue shimmering air. The white seabirds touched the water's surface with their wings, and indeed, everything here was as calm as among the black rocks at Delphi. I was lying on my back in the boat, while Anastasia leaned against my chest, and the stars above shone more brightly than our church lamps. They were the same stars, and they were in exactly the same position above me as when I had sat outside our hut at Delphi, and at last I imagined I was still there. Then there was a splash in the water, and the boat rocked violently. I cried out loud, for Anastasia had fallen overboard. But just as quickly, Aphtanides had leaped in after her, and soon he lifted her up to me. We undressed her, wrung the water out of her clothes, and then dressed her again. Aphtanides did the same for himself. We remained on the water until their clothes were dry, and no one knew about our fright over the little adopted sister, in whose life Aphtanides also now had a part. Then it was summer. The sun blazed so fiercely that the leaves on the trees withered. I thought of our cool mountains and their fresh water streams, and my mother longed for them too. So one evening, we journeyed home. How quiet it was, and how peaceful. We walked on through the high thyme, still fragrant, though the sun had dried its leaves. Not a shepherd did we meet, not a single hut did we pass. Everything was quiet and deserted. Only a shooting star told us that in heaven there still was life. I do not know if the clear blue air glowed with its own light, or if the rays came from the stars, but we could plainly make out the outlines of the mountains. My mother lit a fire and roasted the onions she had brought with her. Then my sister and I slept among the thyme, with no fear of the wolf or the jackal, not to mention fear of the ugly, fire-breathing Smidraki, for my mother sat beside us, and this, I believed, was enough. When we reached our old home, we found the hut a heap of ruins and had to build a new one. A couple of women helped my mother, and in a few days the walls were raised and covered with a new roof of oleander. My mother braided many bottle holsters of bark and skins. I tended the priest's little flock, and Anastasia and the little tortoises were my playmates. One day, we had a visit from our dear Aphtanides, who said how much he had longed to see us. He stayed with us for 2 whole days. A month later, he came again to tell us he was taking a ship for Corfu and Patras, but had to bid us goodbye first. He had brought our mother a large fish. He talked a great deal, not only about the fishermen out in the Gulf of Lepanto, but also of the kings and heroes who had once ruled Greece, just as the Turks rule it now. I have seen a bud on a rosebush develop through the days and weeks into a full blooming flower before I was even aware how large, beautiful, and blushing it had become. And now I saw the same thing in Anastasia. She was now a beautiful, full-grown girl, and I was a strong youth. I myself had taken from the wolves that fell before my musket the skins that covered my mother's and Anastasia's beds. Years had passed. Then one evening, Aftanides returned, strong brown and slender as a reed. He kissed us all and had many stories to tell of the great ocean, the fortifications of Malta, and the strange tombs of Egypt. It all sounded wonderful, like a priestly legend, and I looked at him with a kind of awe. "How much you know," I said. "How well you can tell about it. But after all you once told me about the most wonderful thing," he said, "you told me something that has never been out of my thoughts. The grand old custom of the bond of friendship, a custom I want very much to follow. Brother, let us go to church as your and Anastasia's fathers did before us. Your sister is the most beautiful and innocent of girls. She shall consecrate us. No nation has such beautiful old customs as we Greeks." Anastasia blushed like a fresh rose, and my mother kissed Aftanides. An hour's walk from our house, where loose earth lies on the rocks and a few scattered trees give shade, stood the little church, a silver lamp hanging before its altar. I wore my best clothes. The white fustanella fell in rich folds over my hips. The red jacket fitted tight and snug. The tassel on my fez was silver, and in my girdle gleamed my knife and pistols. Aftanides wore the blue costume of the Greek sailors. On his chest hung a silver medallion with a figure of the Virgin Mary, and his scarf was as costly as those worn by rich men. Everyone could see that we two were going to some ceremony. We entered the little empty church, where the evening sunlight, streaming through the door, gleamed on the burning lamp and the colored pictures on the golden background. We knelt on the altar steps, and Anastasia stood before us. A long white garment hung loosely and lightly over her graceful figure. On her white neck and bosom, a chain of old and new coins formed a large collar. Her black hair was fastened in a single knot and held together by a small cap fashioned of gold and silver coins that had been found in the old temples. No Greek girl had more beautiful ornaments than she. Her face beamed, and her eyes were bright as two stars. The three of us prayed silently, and then she asked us, "Will you be friends in life and in death?" "Yes," we replied. "Will each of you? Whatever may happen, remember, my brother is a part of me. My secrets are his secrets. My happiness is his happiness. Self-sacrifice, patience, every virtue in me belongs to him as well as to me." Then she placed our hands together and kissed each of us on the forehead. And again we prayed silently. Then the priest came through the door behind the altar and blessed the three of us. The singing voices of other holy men sounded from behind the altar screen. The bond of eternal friendship was completed. When we arose, I saw that my mother, standing by the church door, was weeping tenderly. How cheerful it was now in our little hut by the springs of Delphi. The evening before his departure, Aphtanides sat with me on the mountainside, his arm around my waist, mine around his neck. We spoke of the suffering of Greece and of the men the country could trust. Every thought of our souls was clear to each of us, and I took his hand. "One thing more you must know, one thing that till this moment only God and I have known. My whole soul is filled with a love stronger than the love I feel for my mother and for you." "And whom do you love?" asked Aphtanides, his face and neck turning red. "I love Anastasia," I said. And then his hand trembled in mine, and he turned pale as a corpse. I saw it and understood, and I also believe my hand trembled. I bent toward him, kissed his brow, and whispered, "I have never told her this. Maybe she doesn't love me. Consider this, brother. I've seen her daily. She has grown up by my side, grown into my soul. And she shall be yours," he said. "Yours I cannot lie to you, nor will I. I love her too, but tomorrow I go. In a year we shall meet again, and then you will be married, won't you? I have some money of my own. It is yours. You must and shall take it." Silently, We wandered across the mountain. It was late in the evening when we stood at my mother's door. She was not there, but as we entered, Anastasia held the lamp up, gazing at Aftanides with a sad and beautiful look. "Tomorrow you're leaving us," she said. "How it saddens me." "Saddens you," he said, and I thought that in his voice there was a grief as great as my own. I couldn't speak, but he took her hand and said, "Our brother there loves you. Is he dear to you? His silence is the best proof of his love." Anastasia trembled and burst into tears. Then I could see no one but her, think of no one but her. I threw my arms around her and said, "Yes, I love you." She pressed her lips to mine, and her arms slipped around my neck. The lamp had fallen to the ground, and all about us was dark, dark, as in the heart of poor dear Aftanides. Before daybreak, he got up, kissed us all goodbye, and departed. He had given my mother all his money for us. Anastasia was my betrothed, and a few days later, she became my wife. The old church bell in the quiet pastoral heart of Württemberg in Germany, where the roads are lined with slender acacias that sway in the wind, and the apple and pear trees bow down beneath their jeweled harvest. There lies a little town named Marbach. It rests upon the green banks of the river Neckar, whose silver waters rush swiftly by, past vineyards and ancient watchtowers, past weathered castles and sleepy villages, until at last it finds its way into the mighty Rhine. It was late in autumn. The air was cool and restless. The vine leaves hung heavy and mottled, flushed with red, deep amber and gold. The sky wept often, and the rain fell in slow, cold curtains across the fields, while a sharp wind came moaning through the naked branches. It was not gentle weather for the poor. The days shortened swiftly, and the gray of dusk lingered like sorrow over the land. Within the little houses with their narrow windows and steep gables, the light burned faintly. One such house stood at the edge of the road, its walls warped with age, its roof crooked and uneven. To a passer-by, it would have seemed mean and humble, yet within those walls dwelt hearts rich in faith and reverence. It was there one stormy November evening that God's blessing came in secret. As the mother labored in pain, the great bell of the church tower began to ring a bright, festive sound that poured through the wind and the rain like a promise. The chime filled the small dwelling with trembling joy. When amid those jubilant notes, a son was born, prayer and thanksgiving rose together with the tolling of the bell until it seemed as though heaven itself were singing. The newborn child opened his eyes, a spark of gold beneath the lamp's dim glow, and the father wrote in the family Bible, "On the 10th of November, 1759, God sent us a son." Later, when the priest baptized him, he added the names John, Christopher, Frederick. No one in Marbach, no neighbor, no friend, not even the bell that had first rejoiced for him, could have dreamed that this poor child would one day sing the song of the bell itself. The boy grew like the river by which he was born, swift, bright, and deepening with every mile. When he was still small, his parents left Marbach to live in another town. Yet their hearts clung to their old home, and on fair days, the mother would take her son to visit it again. He was then 6 years old, a quiet child with clear blue eyes and hair the color of wheat in sunlight. He could already recite psalms and Bible tales, and in the evenings he sat beside his father, listening to stories from Gellert's fables or Klopstock's Messiah. His sister, 2 years older, would often weep beside him when their father read of Christ's passion, tears that burn but purify as children's tears often do. When they returned to Marbach, the little town seemed unchanged. The crooked house with its pointed gable still stood. The cobbled streets whispered beneath their feet as before. But in the churchyard, new graves had grown where grass once lay. And there, close to the old wall, stood something that made the mother pause. The ancient church bell itself, now cracked and silent, resting low in the grass and nettles. Its voice, which had called to christenings and weddings, tolled for funerals, and warned of fire, had fallen still. The mother told her son how in that very hour, when the bell last sang for joy, he had come into the world. The child listened gravely. He ran his small hand over the cold bronze, bent down, and kissed it, a gesture of innocent reverence that his mother never forgot. Though the bell was broken, its music lived on in the boy's heart. Through the long years of poverty that followed through hunger study and sorrow, he carried its echo within him. The child grew tall and slender, with freckled cheeks and hair of reddish gold. His gaze was bright, curious, and far away, like one who listens to something no one else can hear. He studied hard and rose through the ranks at the military school, where order ruled like iron. There he wore stiff collars and powdered hair, and was known by the command, "March, halt, front." The days were strict and cold, yet within him the bell still rang. Its old melody murmured through his dreams, through his loneliness, and through the endless drills in the courtyard. Years passed. The bell in Marbach grew rusted, forgotten beneath moss and rain. But the bell within the young man's soul began to sound louder than ever. It sang of freedom, of truth, of man's dignity and courage. It called him to rebel against smallness and fear. When he wrote his first words, pages that trembled with passion, the rhythm of the bell guided his hand. One night, while the capital blazed with festival lights and rockets painted the sky, he wept in secret. His dreams had driven him to flee from duty, from the barracks, from his homeland. He carried nothing but hope and a few pages of a play called Fiesco. Exhausted, he hid in a poor tavern in a foreign land where laughter rang and tankards clashed, while he, thin, feverish, and unknown, scribbled verses about liberty and love. Yet even there in misery, the bell's echo followed him. The old bell, meanwhile, lay silent by the churchyard wall, battered by the years. The wind that swept across the graves seemed to whisper its story, the joy of birth, the music of faith, the stillness of decay. But destiny had not finished its circle. Long after the bell was sold, as scrap metal hauled away from Marbach, melted in a Bavarian foundry, and forgotten once more. Yet fate weaves its marvels quietly. For in the royal city of Bavaria, when metal was needed to cast a monument to one of Germany's greatest sons, the molten bronze of that very bell was chosen. And far away in Denmark, in a land of beech woods and burial mounds, another poor boy was born, who wore wooden shoes and carried his father's dinner through the shipyards. That boy, Bertel Thorvaldsen, became the sculptor whose hands shaped immortality. From his clay arose the bronze bust of the man whose name had once been written in a poor man's Bible, John Christopher Friedrich Schiller. When the statue was unveiled in Stuttgart, 100 years had passed since the old bell had rung for the poet's birth. The city was bright with banners, and the air trembled with the sound of bells. One, however, remained silent, the old bell itself, now transformed. Yet the sunlight shone upon its surface, gleaming on the noble brow of Schiller's image, and thus the circle closed. The bell that had once celebrated a poor child's first cry now sang forever in bronze for the immortal poet he became. Its voice had crossed from sound to spirit, from sorrow to song, and from the fleeting to the eternal. The snail and the rosebush around the quiet garden ran a living hedge of hazelnut bushes, their green leaves whispering softly in the wind. Beyond them stretched the meadows where cows grazed lazily, and sheep dotted the distant hills like bits of moving cloud. But in the very heart of the garden, where the sun lingered longest, stood a proud rosebush. Every spring, it dressed itself in blossoms pink and red and white, and filled the air with fragrance. Beneath its branches, on the warm soil, dwelt a snail who carried not only his house upon his back, but, as he liked to say, his entire world within. "Wait until my time comes," murmured the snail, one golden afternoon. "When it does, you'll see wonders beyond mere roses, or nuts, or milk. I am destined for something greater, something inward, something profound. I shall look forward to it," said the rosebush, kindly, shaking her petals in the breeze. "But may I ask, friend snail, when that time shall be?" "I am in no hurry," replied the snail, withdrawing a little into his spiral home. "You roses are always rushing to bloom, to fade, to begin again. There is no wisdom in haste. Depth requires silence and waiting, and so the seasons turned. The next year, when the air grew soft again, the rosebush was once more covered with buds, and beneath it, in almost the same patch of sunlight, lay the snail. He crept halfway out of his shell, stretched his horns toward the light, then pulled them back in again. "Everything is exactly as before," he said, with quiet disdain. "The rosebush blooms, the field hums, the sheep bleat. No progress, no elevation, only repetition. What a dull performance life puts on for those who watch too closely." Summer ripened, autumn came and frost kissed the last blossoms, the rosebush still offered roses until snow buried its roots. The snail, unimpressed, sank into the earth to sleep. Another year dawned, and again the garden awoke. The rosebush sent up new shoots, the dew shone, and the snail reappeared, brushing soil from his shell. "You are growing old now," said the snail. "Soon your time will be over. You have given the world all you can, roses, roses, and more roses. Has it meant anything? I doubt it. You have done nothing to cultivate your inner being. Surely, if you possessed true depth, you would have created something beyond mere petals. What have you to say for yourself?" "You frighten me," whispered the rosebush. "I have never thought of such things." "Of course you haven't," replied the snail. "You never think at all. You bloom because you must not, because you understand why. Have you ever asked yourself what it means to exist, to blossom, to wither?" "No," said the rosebush softly. "I have only lived. The sun was warm, the air pure. I drank the rain and the dew. I felt life rise within me from the soil and descend upon me from the heavens. Joy overflowed in me, and so I bloomed. That is all I know." The snail gave a slow, superior nod. "You have indeed lived an easy life." "Perhaps," said the rosebush, "yet I am thankful for it. And you who think so deeply, surely you will accomplish great things one day, something that will astonish the world." "I have no wish to astonish the world," the snail said coldly. "The world means nothing to me. I turn inward. I seek truth within myself. Let others concern themselves with giving." "But should we not," asked the rosebush gently, "offer what we can to others? I give my roses freely. Some wither, some are treasured. One of my blossoms once lay pressed in a mother's hymn book. Another rested upon a maiden's heart as she dreamed her first dream of love. And once a child kissed my petals in delight. Those moments live within me. They were my purpose." "Purpose," hissed the snail. "Illusion. The world consumes and forgets. Keep your foolish satisfaction. I withdraw from such emptiness. I retire into myself, and there I shall remain. The world is nothing to me." And so he pulled back into his shell and sealed the opening tight. The rosebush sighed softly. "Poor creature," she said. "I cannot hide within myself. I must keep giving, even when the wind tears at my branches. My roses fall, but sometimes they leave behind a memory. And perhaps that is enough. Years slipped quietly by. The rosebush continued to bloom each spring, scattering beauty as naturally as breathing. The snail lay hidden in his shell, wrapped in the pride of his own thoughts, until one day he too returned to the earth. The rosebush followed, not long after its roots fading back into the soil. Time passed, and in that same garden, new rose bushes rose from the ground. New snails crept among the leaves. The roses filled the air with fragrance, and the snails, each in his turn, declared, "The world means nothing to me." And so it was, and so it will always be. Shall we read the story once more? We might, but it will never change, for in every garden the rose will bloom, the snail will withdraw, and the world will continue exactly as before.